get set up to get going. Gonna start off. Oh, hi there! Hi, Scrapper. Nice to meet you. If I've already met you, sorry, I have a very bad memory. But I'm glad to see you here. Make yourself at home. Alright, let's get primary captured beyond the right window to start off. Okay, that's a little too big. Let's shrink that down. Yeah, that'll do. So how y'all doing out there in chat land? Having a good night? I hope so. I've had a pretty good day myself anyway. It's been a while since I've done one of these spooky kind of streams, so I'm hoping it goes well, but I guess we'll see. Did you know that I did not, but I can tell you this much. You're succeeding. Oh, thanks for the follow. I really appreciate it. So, let me actually make the sound go on for this, so we have something to listen to. Okay, that'll do. Okay. Yeah, this is the first time I'm gonna be trying some stuff like reading creepypastas or doing tarot readings on stream. They're both things that I've enjoyed doing and want to learn more about doing. Or in the case of storytelling, I just like telling stories. So I hope that it ends up going well. Just doing just finishing posting a few more promos before I start up, so that way I don't have to keep interrupting myself. Not a problem. Oh, thank you! I made my model all by myself. It took me like 3 weeks because I constantly was doing and undoing stuff because I had no idea how anything worked and was trying to follow just a bunch of tutorials. I didn't do a great job at following the tutorials. I mean, I think I did an alright job at the actual model. And let's start off with just a daily run to warm up. I'm at that point as an artist where, after working on being an artist for over a decade, I've kind of started to believe the hype that, hey, maybe I do have art that's worth making. Maybe there's a reason people say that. But, I mean, I can also still see a ton of ways that I can improve, so... Still, it's nice to try and focus on the positive, I think. Okay, sacrifice room. Is this really just a 1? Huh. Oh, that was kind of pointless. It looks... Oh, thank you! Yeah, I actually... Well, first I just did this, like, as a thing for myself to try out, and then I did another one for a friend to get like practice as a commission, and I think I'm just now in the business of, if people are looking to hire someone to make models for them, be it the drawing part or the rigging and animating part, that's, I guess, just a thing I can do now, which is kind of exciting. It still takes me a while because I don't have that much practice with making things both good and fast, but it's still exciting. Okay, let's try... Still don't know where anything is because of... Alright, so... Oh. Nope. There we go. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm hoping once I finish the, I'm hoping once I finish my, version 1. Maybe like 1.5. Not quite version 2.0 of this model, but I wanna, because I was using the free version of the software at the time, I didn't have the tools necessary to make like a full body model, so I want to do that first, and I want to pretty it up a little bit and have things like functional body shadow stuff. So there's still a lot I want to do, but I'm hoping once I finish the current model I'm working on, unless someone else wants to commission me, then I'll have plenty of time to work on revising and making myself a full body model. Ooh, that's a good hill to get as him. Okay, I guess let's fight the boss. Oh, Haunt. Haunt's not particularly fun to play against, but, you know, nothing I can do about it. Usually I don't even, like, do the daily challenges, but since I'm starting a new file for the whole streaming thing, oh, come on, oh, close. Since I'm starting a new file for the whole streaming thing, I wanted to, I wanted to start fresh, which means that some of the achievements are locked behind winning daily challenges still. Fortunately, it's only like 1 or 2 of them, but still. Hope it all falls into place. Thank you. I do too. Ooh. Okay. The Haunt can still be a little tricky for me because I'm not super good at predicting the attack pattern. And the Brimstone is particularly dangerous. So I get a little butt clenchy every time I have to cross in front of him. And if I go too far up, of course, then he does that. Okay, there we go. Whew. Alright, let's see what we got. Okay, well that's enough to make the shop worthwhile. I can't remember if I saw anything actually worthwhile in the shop, but I might as well check now. Let's see... a heart, coin purse... nah, I don't think so. We'll save it for now and probably try the shop on the next floor. Boop. If you don't mind my asking, just because I'm trying to, like, figure out the best way to meet new people for stream stuff, how did you learn about my stream tonight? That was a pretty good one. And this is like an opt-in, opt-out survey, so there's no pressure. Okay. Clear out the poop, see if I get anything. What's the story with Isaac? Okay, so, I guess my question first is, do you care about spoilers for a game? Like, are you the kind of person who wants to have everything totally fresh if you decide to play a game and a surprise for you, or are you the kind of person who's a little... Does that poop have a smile? Hello there, little friend. Yes, do you care about spoilers, or... I kinda don't want to break this poop. I don't know what it does. Okay, well, let's see. Whoa! Okay. Oh! Oh, they're friendly poops! Okay, I like that. But I guess the stuff that I can tell you, because it's kind of like right in the opening cinematic, Isaac was a little boy who lived in a house alone with his mother, and they used to live pretty happily together, but over time, his mother fell prey to... You don't care either way? Alright. Over time, his mother fell prey to a dangerous evangelical kind of religious fanaticism, and became convinced that God was communicating with her, and said that you have to take away all of Isaac's possessions because it's making him corrupt. So she took away all his toys and all his clothes and all of that stuff, but that still wasn't good enough. So eventually, the hallucinations that are pretty much definitely not God tell her that she has to sacrifice Isaac to appease God. You know, if you've ever heard the biblical story of Isaac, like that's where the game gets its name. The Binding of Isaac is the biblical story where, as an act of faith, God tells, I think it was Job? I can't remember Isaac's father's name, but to sacrifice his son Isaac to show his faith and devotion to God, and he's totally about to do it before the angel comes back down and is like, whoa, 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 whoa. We didn't actually mean you want to do it. It was just a test. So it's kind of like a retelling of that, except rather than being sacrificed, you manage to escape into the basement and enter into this weird, nightmarish world. But as you play through the game, what's nice is, if you've ever played a game like Dark Souls, where the story is never really spelled out for you, but if you pay attention to like the descriptions in items, or when it talks about enemies, or like little bits of dialogue and endings and stuff like that, oh, it is really messed up. It's a story about a child trying to deal with an abusive home life. But as you learn through the lore of the game, you discover the story behind Isaac goes a little further than that. So he was also, before all of this, he had mom and dad who were happy, but they had some kind of problems that are implied to be connected to like alcoholism and gambling and mental illness, and eventually that leads to a divorce where Isaac stays with his mother, who becomes the religious fanatic. And this is a story that, to like see the full parts of it, you have to not only play through all the different endings of the core Binding of Isaac game, you would also have to like play the spin-off side game, The Legend of Bumbo. But when they get divided, Isaac, as he was kind of taught by his father, finds his refuge in imagination. He creates these little make-believe stories to escape from a reality that's really difficult for him to deal with. So what we're playing through is actually more an escapist story for him than an actual literal thing happening. And I mean, because it's a story being told by a literal, like, I think he's canonically only like 5? Because it's told by a 5-year-old, of course it has stuff that 5-year-olds are going to be into, like gross bathroom humor and all of that kind of bloody guts stuff. But also, because he's dealing with religious trauma and emotional trauma and all of that, we see elements of those too. Ultimately, what we see in the final ending is that like each of the endings implies something a little bit different. So if you go down one ending, it's implied that he tries to commit suicide by locking himself inside of a chest and just like suffocating. Yeah, it's a really sad game if you pay attention to all of the lore and stuff. Let's see. Yes, give me this one, please. And like I said, you can see religious themes here. I literally just made a deal with the devil. But there's other endings which imply that because of his mother's fanaticism, he believes that he's becoming, or that he is some kind of like demon, that it's his fault things happened, or that his mother tried to convince him that his father never actually cared about him, and like it's a lot of really terrible stuff. Having to deal with all that, you never really get over stuff like for sure. But the one bright side is if you do get to the true final ending, it's revealed that this entire thing, to a certain extent, like it is still true in that ending that ultimately Isaac did go through a lot of abuse at the hands of his mother. It did have a very damaged emotional life growing up in that household, but it's also revealed, first off, that he lived, and secondly, that he's actually writing this story as he goes along with the help of his father, who he now lives with instead of his mother. And the last scene of that one is his father saying, you know, Isaac, this is kind of a really sad story. You're the one writing this story. You don't have to make it sad if you don't want to. And them starting again with a different story, one that he'd be having a happier ending with, which I think is a really, really nice way to end this kind of game. Oh, also, if you ever hear in the game, like sort of a deep male voice saying something like, if I use a playing card or a pill, he'll say the name of those. That announcer's voice is actually the voice of Isaac's father, because he's the one helping to tell the story that, like, we're playing the story that Isaac is making up. That's the game. It's a little hard to explain, I guess, but I think that's the basic gist of everything. Do I want to... okay. No. Okay, yeah, that was a terrible room for me, but got out of it. But if you can get past the gross out aesthetic and kind of get to the core of, yes, this is a very dark, very weird, very gross story, but it's also a story that a survivor of the story is actively telling to, like, take control of their own narrative. I think in that way it ends up, despite how dark it is, being kind of a positive story, which I really like. I've been fortunate enough to never have to deal with, like, domestic abuse or anything like that, but I mean, Isaac also has implications of some, of, like, a queer identity within Isaac, like, for as much as things are, like, shown, not told, there is a lot of implications that, you know, Isaac does an awful lot of cross-dressing that he seems really, really happy doing. that kind of imply, hey, maybe this might also be a queer child. So again, like, as someone who has had trauma related to a queer identity, it's nice to see, like, oh yes, this is relatable now. Okay. Thank you. I cry forever. Hey, Racer Clubs! Welcome, welcome. I hope y'all are ready for my spooky STuesday stream here. Okay. I'm gonna start off with some not really creepy, well, I guess creepy, yeah, not scary, but atmospheric kind of Binding of Isaac here. Then I'm gonna be doing some story time with a content creator who I really admire the work of, who does kind of like a creepypasta cook-off. I wanted to try reading some on there, maybe do some audience suggestions or audience picks as to which ones to read. And then, to wind things down, I was thinking of doing some tarot readings. So if anyone has any questions that they'd want to ask a tarot deck later on, keep those in mind. Ooh, that's a good one. I can't pick up those because I'm Blue Baby, though. And hey, Heavy! Glad to have you all here. It's really nice. Heavy, I'm not sure. Did you catch what I did? What I was saying with like the here's what's on the menu tonight kind of deal? Alright, so if you listen when I use this card, the voice that says Temperance is his dad's voice, we find out. Okay, that one was really quiet, but hopefully you could kind of hear it at least. Alright. You heard tarot? Yes, so I'm going to be doing... So this is going to be a Spooky STuesday stream. So I'm going to start us off, setting a creepy atmosphere with Binding of Isaac. Then I'm going to have a little creepypasta potluck dinner. And then I'm going to round it out with doing some tarot readings. So if anyone has recommendations or wants to pick for the creepypastas, I'll be opening up to that. And if anyone has any questions they'd like to ask a tarot deck or advice or anything like that, you can also keep those in mind, and I'll be getting to them when I can. Alright, still no sign of the shop or the item room yet. I think this is probably one of my favorite trinkets. It, like, right after you kill an enemy, it gives you just, like, a split second of invincibility, so it's a very nice effect for when you have these rooms of enemies all kind of ganging up on you at once. I've had a long day of being sick and being chased by pirates in a game I've started replaying. Wow, that sounds like a very busy day, Heavy. But I'm glad to see you here. What does a tarot deck do? Ah, okay, so a tarot deck, originally it was just this kind of card game that was invented, I think it was somewhere in one of the, like, Mediterranean countries. I think Italy, maybe. But, tarot is basically... It's basically fortune-telling. Like, you ask a question, or you set some kind of prompt, and then you shuffle a deck of cards, and you put them out. So, like, for instance, I could ask, what should I do about this choice I need to make? And by interpreting what the different cards that I draw and put out mean, it tells me, like, it tells me what exactly the deck thinks that I should do. It's weird because it's one of those things that if you don't believe in it, that's fine. then in that case, it's just a fun, silly little game. If you do believe in it, that's fine. It becomes like, hey, this interpretation that this deck is doing is weirdly accurate to me. I kind of just like thinking of it as the deck is a different part of your subconscious talking to you and giving you advice. So it may or may not be, like, actively supernatural, but I think it's just fun. And, I mean, it helps, because, like, if you think about things from a different angle, from a different perspective, like a tarot deck can help you do, then you can sometimes come to solutions you wouldn't have thought of on your own. I'm not ashamed to say that I've used tarot advice IRL before. Oh, there we go. By the way, Heavy, what was the game with the pirates chasing you? Oh, this is a big floor. Jeez. Be careful. There we go. Alright, got a key. Nice, nice, nice. By the way, do I have my... Yeah, that's as high as the gamma can go, so... Sorry if it's still a little hard to see. It's about as bright as I can make it. Okay. Big fan. Oh, a shield is a shield, and it's a fat little friend. I got chased through 4 star systems for my cargo by pirates. It looks good? What? Huh? Eh? Huh? What looks good, Hemlock? Also, hey! Welcome, Hemlock. Welcome to Spooky STuesday. I hope you enjoy yourselves. Ah, the gamma. Okay, I gotcha. Oh, also, Hem, remind me to show you my new child that I think I might be done with after the stream. Maybe. I'm interested to know what the cards say. Yeah, so just if you have any questions that you want, it doesn't have to necessarily be advice either, just anything you feel curious about, I'll see what I can do to help you out. Or the deck will see what it can do anyway. Poisonite exploded, so I'm here to vibe? Wait, it exploded good or exploded bad? And yeah, Hem, if you missed the menu, it's going to be starting off with Binding of Isaac to set the atmosphere. Then I'll be doing a creepypasta potluck party, and then I'll be rounding out with some tarot readings. Oh, exploded bad? Oh no! I'm sorry to hear that. I hope everyone is okay at least? Or I say that like it was a literal explosion or something, but Why pirates want 720 tons of manure is beyond me. I don't know. Something, one man's trash, or one alien's manure. I mean, no, actually, there's a lot of things. There's a lot of things you could use manure for. You could use it for fertilizing, you could use it for fuel, building materials. Long story, just gonna... Alright. Then don't worry about it. just relax and let my sonorous, soothing... I was trying to think of a S word I could use for voice, but I couldn't. Huh. You know, I think I'll take this because it will actually synergize well with the blue fly spider thing I got, because it'll make it bigger and stronger. Yeah, I think I'll take that. It was transporting it to a farm in exchange for 720 tons of tea. Oh, I mean, well, that makes sense. It's a good exchange rate then, I guess, right? Yeah, so now I got these little turret buddies. Ow. What hit me? Okay. Ooh. Okay. Yes, I think this would be worth it. Yeah, definitely worth it. Well, what exactly is the game? I feel like I think I might have missed that. There we go. Okay, let's see what the dice room is. 1, so re-roll everything. I think I'll pass on that, thanks. Hey, wizard! Welcome, welcome. Elite Dangerous. I know I've seen people, or I think I've seen people play that, but I cannot for the life of me remember what it looks like or plays like. Heavy as a space pirate IRL. Fuck, I typed too slow. It's alright, man. You were doing MMOs, right? This must just be some crowd control status effect that you're still working through, right? I think I remember seeing someone who was like in a spaceship cockpit, like a first-person cockpit kind of view, but that's all I saw of the game. Hey, nope, go away. Stop bothering me. Okay. Oh no, did I block the fly? Oh, no, I didn't. Okay. The longer the fight goes on, the more friends I've got. Yeah, I like this synergy. There we go. Ooh, a gold bomb! That means every time I place a bomb on this floor, it doesn't actually consume a bomb from my resources, so that's really useful for me. I'm blowing up all these skulls because they have a slightly higher chance of having some kind of consumable I can use in them. Just, if you're unfamiliar with the Isaac gameplay experience and curious. I'll plant a turret down there so I have a little more help with all these. There we go. Okay. Still haven't found the item shop, which I guess is gonna be all the way up there. Do I really want to go all the way up there? I don't even have enough coins, really, so I might as well not. Alright, that's fine. Okay, although... I should still try and find secret room too if I can. Then again, I'm also kind of lazy, so I don't know if I wanna. I think it might be like over here somewhere. Well, I'm out of ideas. Time to fight. Ow. Oh, okay. Gotta play a little more careful. Just a tiny bit more careful. Nope, go away, please. Go away, please. I do not like this big poop. I do not like it. Semi-noop. Okay. Whoa. Whoa! There we go. What's that? Cricket leg, in fact. I've never seen that one before. Ugh, Mom! Stop trying to kill me, Mom. Okay, there we go. Carefully avoid picking up those. I don't know what the gold eye is. I've never seen that before. But unless it gives me health, that would leave me with 1/2 heart, so 1 hit. So I'm gonna say thanks but no thanks, Satan. Sorry. Sorry, bud. I do agree with Scrapper, though. What is it about, Heavy? Gonna rest for a bit? Alright. It was really nice meeting you. And I hope to see you around again sometime. But for now, rest well. Could you let me know when you're gonna do the tarot read? Yeah. Let's see. I'm predicting doing Isaac for at least probably... Let's see, I'm going for 2 hours, so I'll probably do Isaac for at least 2 hours. Do creepypastas for maybe half an hour to an hour, depending how long it takes me. So it's probably going to be in the... last... Nice. In the last 30... I'd probably say, to be safe, come back here around, like, 11 o'clock. And so about a little... Oh, wait. Yeah, I'm going 8 to 12, so yeah. So I think probably coming back around 11 o'clock to be safe would work. Oh. There we go. Ow. Jerks. Stupid mummies. Hey, oh. Might not be up that time, dang it. Tell you what then, the next time that you are able to catch my stream, just let me know, and I'll do a reading during that stream for you. I'm giving you a coupon of this is good for 1 free tarot reading. Redeemable during any future stream. Okay, let's check it out. Not really worth it, but... Hey, something else. Alright. In that case, I hope you rest real well. And have sweet dreams. But not too sweet, otherwise you gotta go to the dream dentist. Because you'll get dream cavities. Oh, black hole. It's not a bad item, but not really one that I'm interested in. Plus, well, brown nugget is not exactly a flashy item. It's reliable. And it gets slowly better the longer a fight takes. I would like to find the item shop though, because this will be my last chance to buy anything, and I got plenty of money to do that. Ooh. Oh, I love the music in the observatory. That's come on. There we go. I love the music. Oh, I can't get it. I love the music in this room. It's just very nice and peaceful. I like it. Okay, so I guess the shop has to be down here then. Ooh, a library too? Jeez, this is a really busy floor. I'm glad I explored though. Now, Neptunius is a fun little item. Makes it so my tears naturally charge up, and then if you release when they are when the meter's full and just hold it down, it's rapid fire until it decreases all the way down. Oh yeah, definitely glad I'm going to the shop now. Alright, you know what? Let's see what books we can check out. Okay. Book of the Dead. Even though I don't think I'll be using, or I'll be keeping these books, I'm still going to pick them all up for the transformation, because now I'm a bookworm, which means sometimes I shoot 2 tears instead of 1. Necronomicon. Okay. Well, I guess let's get that. And that is not useful. That. And you know what? I might as well get that. I might as well just buy everything I can. This is the last floor I can buy anything anyway. Alright, now let's go find the boss. Or find the boss. Let's go fight the boss. Maybe a secret room up here? Yeah. Got it. What are these? Oh, useless pills. Oh well. Alright, time to fight, Mom. Turrets are definitely gonna come in handy here. Just gonna place them all over because her hitbox is gonna be constantly jumping around the whole time. And thanks to my seal of Baphomet, every time I kill an enemy, I get a little bit of mercy invincibility, so that'll help with the sudden attacks like that. There we go. Okay, well, keep on going. We're going all the way to the one of the ends on this one. But I agree, Racy. While Howie Lovecraft can suck 1,000 dicks in an unenjoyable way and eat a fat chode, I do like the universe that other people have stolen from to make their own. Because, well, who would have guessed that as a marginalized queer person, I could relate to stories where the horror is that there's some grand force controlling the world around you that absolutely does not care in the slightest if you live or die. Haha. How could that possibly be relatable? Okay, I have really low health though, so it's not a guarantee I make it in this run, but I'm still giving it best shot I can at least. Oh, yep, not a good start. Okay. Anything in here worth it? Nope. I need so much health. Oh, no more spikes. That's right. Whew, that felt close. Yes! Ah. Fuck you, greed. You bag of dicks and dimes. Great, now I have 1 health. Unless I can somehow get more health really quickly. This is gonna be a short run. Can't use those hearts. I'm dead. This room will kill me. Oh, not yet, apparently. Okay, the boss will probably kill me. Still no health. Oh, yep, this is... I'm using the card that gives me some temporary HP for just this room. Ow. It's so hard to avoid that last hit when he drops back down. Because it's really hard to predict because he has such good tracking on me. Oh. I have no regrets about the synergy I've set up with my items. I think that was very solid. It's mainly just sloppy play, I think, that's gotten me. Okay, please, how about just giving me some black hearts? That's not black hearts, Satan. Sorry, Satan. Not today. I'll be right back. Gotta throw away an apple core. I did take that apple core, Racy. I did. Alright. Excuse me. Okay. Back down to 1 heart. Or 1 hit, rather. I wish I had 1 heart. Although at this point in the game, since everything does double damage, it's not like it would actually help me. Oh, this does give me temp HP, so what I'm gonna do is cheese it a little bit. I'm gonna open up a bag of snacks and set up a couple of turrets ahead of actually picking up the item. Okay, that should do. Right back down to 1 hit left. Jeez. I am playing really sloppy today. Oh, nope, nope, nope. Oh. Hey! Hey, Aurelia! Thanks so much for the raid! Let me give you a quick shout out. How you doing? How was Toho? Oh. Thanks so much for the raid! Was trying to play something more chill today, so just played a Toho roguelite. Aurelia, what exactly is the kind of game you would play when you are not being chill? When you're not trying to play something chill? Because a Toho roguelite does not sound like it would be a very chill experience. A fun experience, sure, but chill, I don't know. Oh my god, just die. Okay, got it. Oh, blue key. No, that's not gonna help me. Getting over it. Okay, yeah, that would be a pretty unchill game. Okay. It's mostly since it's turn-based, like, mystery dungeon games, in case you know. Yeah. I've always been curious about, like, the non... That's a new baby I have never seen before. I've always been curious about the non-Pokemon mystery dungeon games as well. But obviously, well, maybe not obviously, I don't think they've... Wait, what's this? I picked up a death card? Ended wanting to do turn-based week this week, more since back... Ah, I see. Congrats on getting the 2nd dose, too. Oh boy, a crooked penny. Alright, let's see what this baby does. What do you do, baby? Okay, they give me a bunch of those. I could think of worse things to use my pennies on since there's no more shops. Okay, that's the heart that I can't pick up. Thank you anyway, I guess. kind of... But right now it kind of feels like this vaccine ain't shit. I just took it though, so yeah. Yeah, it varies a ton based off of which of the vaccines you get. But in general, it's something that takes a little more time, I guess. Oh, can I pick? Yes, I can pick that up. Okay. Please give me more of those. Please give me more of the bone hearts. You know what? I got nothing to lose. I might as well just keep doing it to this one. But yeah, I'd say maybe don't just go by your first impressions for it. Probably give yourself a little time to see how you feel tomorrow and such. I remember it was a bit of a delayed reaction for me. Okay, that's all I can do. I guess let's blow the two of them up. No, 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 no. Oh, that could have been very bad. Woohoo, also, let's see what death does. Okay. I don't know what I was expecting. That wasn't it, though. But I'll take it. I'll take a little bone buddy. I like to call the little bone enemies in this game Zeeks, because the only mention of skeletons in the Bible that I know of is from the book of Ezekiel, I think. Sent Discord messages. Oh, alright, let me check those. I'm sorry, I'm just very bad at keeping up with messages in general. Well, there go my armies of flies and spiders. They didn't last long, but it was fun while they lasted. Okay. I don't like my odds here. Ow. Yep. Okay, I'm down to one hit. Come on. Okay. Now I just need to beat the entire next level on totally hitless. And then get 30 hit points of health. And then I don't know. I don't know how I win this one necessarily. What I do know is I'm gonna do this challenge room, and I'm gonna cheese it by setting up a whole bunch of flies beforehand. How? Are you playing a lot of Isaac too, Semi? Okay, let's try it. Okay, that one's... Oh! Yeah, I had a feeling. Alright, well, that was an okay start, I guess. Oh. Yeah, feel free to put F's or whatever else in the chat. Let's see. What do I want to try to do today? I haven't done a devil run as Lilith. Let's try to do one of those. Okay. You know what, let's do this. I'll get 2 charges of the battery for this room, and it's not like it's a hard room, it's just one that'll take time otherwise. Okay. Let's kill you. Yeah. Kill that one. There's one more up here. Yep. Okay. There we go. Back up to charged. But let's keep looking. Gotta find my item. Never leave the first floor without an item if you can avoid it. There we go. Ooh. Okay. Okay, this could be very good. Nod item is a very situational item, but it can be a very good one. Nod leaf, nod item. Okay, let's fight the boss. Alright, how about 3 on 2? Or, I guess, I'm not actually contributing anything to the fight, so it's still 2 on 2. I'm telling him what to do, though. So, that's my contribution, I guess. Okay. A little more. There we go. Magic 8 Ball, give me a turret. The Sun, oh, that's one of my favorite cards. Thank you, Magic 8 Ball. Okay, there we go. Oh. Okay. Okay, you know what? Yeah, let's do this. This is basically my run now. I have to hope I get a lot of status ailment things that I can stack on my tiers to make this work, but it'll be interesting. If maybe not good, but it'll be interesting at least. I can promise that much. There we go. Stop running around. You little jerk. Come on, come closer. There we go. Hey, sad bunny! Welcome, welcome. Make yourself at home. Anything in here? Ooh, gold. Gold poop means money. Or a trinket, which is also nice. I'll take it. Oh my god, this one fly. Okay. Come on. There we go. Oh. Okay. Oh boy, this is gonna be a fun one. Ow. Ow. Well, that works too, I guess. This is what every video game machine gun feels like. A ton of bullets that do virtually nothing. Alright, well, now that I got a free, now that I got a golden key, I might as well look in the item shop. I don't expect to be able to buy anything there, but I might as well look. And how you been, Sad Bunny? Well, I hope. I'll get another piece of temp health, which wouldn't be a bad idea. Yeah, let's do it. Alright, now let's go fight the boss. Doing okay? I'm glad to hear it. I hope I can help bump that okay up to a good. Or an alright, anyway. Okay. Ragman. I don't know why the mummy has psychic powers, but I do not like him. I do not like you, Mr. Mummy. No. 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 Okay. Devil Deal is not worth it. Nope. Might as well check. Yeah, you know... I guess I could. Okay, I think that's a good use of the sun card. Okay, so I can either get a tarot deck, or card, the starter deck, that's what it's called. Or I can get something else. And since I don't want to give up my spacebar item for the deck, I'll go with something else. Okay, that could be a little dangerous, but you know, I'll take it. I'll take it. Ooh, and I know where the secret room is. Well, I didn't feel very worth it, but oh well. I'm getting very lucky with the poops. That's something I can never say in real life. I'm getting very lucky with the poops. Haha, irritable bowel syndrome joke. Okay. I have so little damage. It's very unfortunate. Shot a rocket off because I just really wanted to be done with this room quicker. Please just die. Okay, might as well check. Oh, that's a good one. Yeah. Oh, dang it. I can't move at all when I'm placing bombs, otherwise they turn into those rockets. Alright, let's get you. Yeah! Now every time I pick a, or now every time a consumable drops, it should drop too. No. No, go away please. Go away please. I do not want you. Go away please. Don't make more. There better not be more. There's gonna be more, isn't there? There isn't more. Thank you. Thank you for there not being more. I appreciate it. Yeah. suck. He's a summoner, and I don't have a build that's good against summoners, so I'm just gonna have to spray and crayfish. I really enjoy crayfish. I think they're very tasty. I've never actually had a crayfish, so that's a total bold-faced lie. I'm just trying to keep up appearances and... Ah, well, there we go. Time for another. Oh. Okay, what to try now? I'll try to do a boss rush, maybe. Will I still have to do that on these people? Oh. Let's try an Eve run. You know what, I'm gonna restart for better items, I think. Try and at least get a little something to start me off. I may be picky. That's the end of the statement. I may be picky. Okay, at least I'm powered up now. Okay, come on. Oh, no, you don't. Go away, little spiders. Eh. I wanna play a little greedy. So I'm gonna play a little greedy. Oh. Hermit, Joker. Diamonds. Okay, let's start with that. A nickel. Oh, okay, you're good. Now I've got a horrific little friend living in my face. Yeah. Okay, is this one next? Yeah. This one next. I really wish that one of those gave me temp health. I could get blind box buddy or buddy in a box. I'll pass for now. Could be a little bit dangerous. Because they are champions, which means each hit will take 2 HP instead of 1. So, you know what? I'm gonna purposely get hit. Oh, that was weird. Alright, you know what? I'll take it. I'm gonna purposely get hit so I can enter my powered up state. There we go. Well, you know what? Let's see what was in this sack. Maybe it's some key. Not a key. Unfortunate. Oh well. Live and let learn. Have a quick little sippy. How y'all holding up, chat? Doing good, I hope. You're good? I'm glad to hear it, Racy. Dead Sea Scrolls. It's not good, but it's not usually that bad either. I guess I'll take it. Oh, I saw, by the way, excuse me, I saw your, the account you set up in advance of your streaming. Looking forward to it. Okay. Alright. Nail. You know what? That could actually be okay. I'll take it. There's a way to get this room easier. Let me see if I can find a battery or some other way that I can recharge the item that I'm probably not going to get a battery. Oh well. Yeah. Alright. So I guess I can't do this a smart way. I'm sorry, my friend was talking. What was that before? Oh, I said that I found the profile that you added, and I'm looking forwards to it. Alright, I'm at 2 and 2 at least. Do you know, or do you have anything planned, or are you just, like, are you gonna try and hit the ground running, or do you have, like, some big to-do planning that you're planning? Gosh, I can talk tonight. There we go. Take those. No can do, Satan. Sorry, bud. No clue. Well, that's alright. What kind of stuff are you planning on doing? Like, just in general. Yeah. Or are you saying that you will never play the board game Clue? In which case, that's understandable. It's definitely a game that's not for everyone. You know what, let's donate a little bit of money. Well, that was a little bit of money, so you got me there again. I wonder how many other people talk to this game as if it can listen. Ooh, Infamy. Thank you, game. Thank you, game. Mostly single-player games, not really genre-specific. Well, that works. What games... Alright, let me put it this way. What games do you have currently that you'd be interested in playing? Go. Go. whole lot of little spiders. Too many. I'm debating between starting off doing Fatal Frame Cyberpunk. What's Fatal Frame Cyberpunk? Oh, Fatal Frame or Cyberpunk. Well, I can't really give you an unbiased answer because, I was massively disappointed by Cyberpunk, and I'm pretty happy with what Fatal Frame did, so that would be my vote, but that's only one taxidermy cryptid's vote, so... Ah, dang it. Didn't want to pick that up. Now I'm back in weak form. I don't know, maybe I'll get a Devil Deal or something else. Well, Fatal Frame is one of my all-time favorite series, then I'd say go for that one. If it's a game that you really love, then yeah, you should be able to share it with other people. Excuse me. Nah. I do really like the items that Exalted Altar can give you, but to get them I would have to get 6 Spirit Hearts, which aren't a super common draw. Not super uncommon, but enough of a pain to not really consider it. Oh, now this is a tough one. I really don't really like Guillotine, so I think I'm actually gonna pass, despite it being a damage up. Okay, let's blow that up so I can get beats. Blow those up so I can get beats. And keep it going. The Frail? You and me both, bud. What's your problem? You don't look that frail. Brittle, maybe, but not frail. I think you're lying. Can't believe this giant skeleton worm is lying about having a disability. Disgusting. Alright, yep, going down. Oh. My damage is so weak. Also, I think I just, like, really... Something about the premise of Fatal Frame really vibes with me. See if my signal... yes, your signal does cooperate, Epitome. Welcome. Okay. Turns down quality, that works. Good. Glad to have you here. And don't worry, I won't tell your boss that you're watching streams on company time. Shh. No one tell on Epitome. The other day you were asking favorite horror genres, and it was... And if there was a genre that fit Fatal Frame, that's it. Let's see... Fatal Frame... I would consider Fatal Frame absolutely an example of ghost stories. That I think, although ghosts can be used in a variety of different types of horror, I would say that ghost stories on their own are also a unique kind of horror genre. Because there's something about... I think there's something about ghosts always having started off as once being like normal people with relatable desires and strengths and weaknesses. That makes ghost stories so uniquely their own thing. You couldn't really replace ghosts with any other kind of monster, I think, and still have ghost stories work so well. Snitches get stitches. Beyond ghost stories as a genre, though, I think there's also a sense of... I can't remember if there's like any hints that the ghosts may or may not actually be there, but if there are, obviously that brings in some psychological horror elements, and I would say that like how everything is made into urban legends in their own right in that series plot, I'd say you could definitely consider that to be a kind of folk horror as well. Okay. Do I want any of these? I don't think so. I mean, I'd like a key if I could get one, but I can't get one, so... My coworker says hi. Oh, my coworker Saya says hi. Hi, Saya! I can't remember if I've met you before, but if I haven't, it's nice to kinda sorta meet you. My tears are so weak. I really need like a demon bum or a blood bank or like a couple of devil deals. I just need to get my red hearts down. Got too many. I'm too healthy. That's another thing I can say in Isaac that I can never say IRL. I got too healthy. You know what, they're gonna be a pain. Let's at least get my little bird eat out. I guess it isn't a guarantee that when you get hit, your parasite spider comes out. Also, I'm vaguely interim boss. Hey, congrats! Or interim congrats, at least? I'ma tell on myself, too, me. Yeah, do it. You'll really get in your boss's good graces that way. No, I don't think I want this HP. I've got too much HP. Okay. I really hope I can find a blood bank or something else like that I can get my red hearts out of the way with. Because otherwise, I've got a good tier fire rate, and that along with the occasional quad shot is kind of carrying me right now, but as I go further, I'm really gonna want more damage. But of course I don't want to get red heart damage from an enemy, because then I ruin my deal chances. Okay. Okay, I found the item room at least. That's a start. Come on, stop running around, you. There we go. Mom's pillager. I mean, I'm gonna take it. Oh, really? Okay, well, I'm definitely not keeping it now. I guess that's the lesson the game is trying to tell me. Don't do drugs. Okay. Would really love to find a blood bank in like an arcade maybe. Or a temperance card. Temperance card would work fine too. There we go. Well, this end was a bust. Haven't gone in there. I guess I might as well. There could be a demon bomb. There isn't, and it looks like this won't have been worth it, but it could have been worth it. Could have been. Okay. Well, let's just carry on for now. I'm so slow. Ow! Rude. Guess. Boomsies. Hey, alright. I'll take that, I guess. Just not having luck with the pills this run. Hey! Black candle, no more curses. I'll take that for sure. That's right, I already knew the secret room was there. Okay. Alright, that's... Yeah, that way I can keep the chances of getting an arcade and hopefully getting a blood bank. Screw it, I'm using the damage up because this thing takes so long otherwise. Plus I can run over all these I can run over all these rocks, not walks. There's no walks in Isaac, sadly. Cage. Could you maybe bust my head? No? You don't wanna... There we go. Thank you. Ow. Ow. Thank you, devil deals. Oh, the devil deals aren't devilish enough. Okay. I mean, I guess I'll still take them. Quiet chat tonight? Oh, a little bit, I guess. Oh, maybe I can... No, it doesn't even do that right. Screw it, I might as well go in now. There's an arcade, finally. Very sleepy tonight? I can relate to that. It's weird, I usually get more awake later at night like this. And I am more awake, so... Okay. That works too, I guess. Now I would like some more temp health. Oh dear. Oh, I hate that. God knows I'm going to bed super early. Oh, well, I still appreciate you regardless of him. I can't risk taking those, so I guess let's just keep going. Here we go. Oh, those are like not bombs, spike blocks. Ow! Wow! The nerve of that asshole. Hitting me when I so clearly killed him first. So much for my health. Ooh, this is kind of cool. No, that can't be. That can't be the reason why that's happening. Oh, fuck you. There we go. Alright. Well, continuum or mystery item. And I'll just go with continuum. Do I save my points for Tony pajamas, or do I redeem a bedtime story? I don't know. Epitome, what do you do? There we go. I love the sound effects for the siren fight. it's more HP. But can I afford to not take it at this point? I guess I can't. Oh. Ooh. Okay. Yeah, I'll take Death's Touch. Ow. Go away, Stinky. Go away, Stinkies! Ow! Stop. Go away! There we go. Oh, come on. You know what? Can I... Oh, I can. I can, yeah. Let's cheese it. Yeah, screw you, game. I'm not playing. Oh, that's the summoning portal, right? No, 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 no. No fire for you. Go away. Excuse me. I guess. Ah, that's useless. Oh well. Either one wouldn't have been super useful, so I don't feel too bad. Oh, can't get over there, so... Okay... Yeah. Ow. There we go. Okay. Go away, Greed. I don't like you. There we go. There we go. There we go. Okay, slowly starting to build up more HP. And at this point, I don't think I really care if I ruin my horror state, because I'm probably gonna need HP way more at this point against powered up mob. Surprised I have not been hit. That won't last, I'm sure, but I'm still surprised it lasts this long. Oh, or... okay! You know what? We take those in this house. We take those, happily. you know what? Screw it. Let's do this. Okay, be in perma-horror state. Aww. He's a bad bitch who don't care. I don't care! That sucked. Okay. Slowly building up more HP. I think that's a tinted. It is a tinted. Wish I had known before going into this run that they had nerfed the nail so that you only get half of the black heart now, but you know what? We work with what we get. Okay. Alright. Okay. Alright, there we go. What am I eating? I'm eating some of the munchies. I'm trying not to eat too many, though. Oh, I wish I could get over there. Yeah, I wanted to pick something that wouldn't make more dishes because I already washed all the dishes, so... Yeah, of course I've had dinner, Epitome, don't worry. I would not have started this stream if I did not have dinner yet. Okay. Ooh, Infamy has been very helpful and faithful to me in this game, in this run. Okay, and we are good. Okay, you know what, let's check it out. Ow. Rude! Can't believe Krampus would do that to me. The nerve. You had chicken? Yeah, I had chicken. I wanted to make some vegetables with the chicken, but by the time I was able to get over to Mike's, they were out, so... There we go. We can always try tomorrow? Yeah. I think so. Ow. Nope. Oh, wait, nope. There's... Yeah. By the way, did you mark the calendar for the days off you have this week? Ow. Yeah. There we go. Alright, come on out, Satan, you little bitch. I'm gonna fucking end your whole career. Here we go. Alright, phase 1 done. Almost done. There we go. And Satan is down. And we are on to the dark room. Alright. I feel okay about that one. Well. You are Encyclopedia Brown? I was just called an encyclopedia. Oh, congrats! I can't wait to start giving you crimes to solve. Okay, well, this room was worthless. Ah, you two again. Not you three again. Not you two again. Up here, maybe? Nope. Down here, maybe? Nope. Do not hit me. Do not hit me, fucker. Sure, I'll take this. Yeah, 360 degrees. There we go. There's no real point in doing all that unless I get money bum. But hey, I might get a money bum. Ow. Or something like money is power. Go away. Hate these guys. Don't even give any good stuff. The nerve. Oh, whoops. Almost picked up an item and dropped a bomb unnecessarily. Okay. Okay. Somehow survived that room. I'll take it. Eat shit, mask. Ow. Worth it. Maybe. Worth it. Okay. Whew. Go away. Go away. Give me items next time, fuckers. Alright. There we go. Ooh. Didn't even give me anything good. Oh, that was fast. This guy's way faster. Huh. I'll have to keep that in mind for the future, I guess. I've gotten so lucky with Mask of Infamy procs this run. I am very grateful for that. I would be dead at least 3 times over, if not 4th. Yeah, sure, I'll take it. No reason for me. Ah, damn it. I really wanted to not get hit by you. Okay, well, this is an almost okay amount of health. Ah, screw it. Sir, I would prefer if you did not, sir. Sir, Sir, I said I would prefer if you did not, and yet you did. It's very inconsiderate, sir. Sir, I must again request that you do not. Please, sir, please. I have a mortgage. I don't have a mortgage. I do have student loans, though. Please, sir, please! Okay. Yes! We take those in this house. We take those. Okay. Alright. So I feel like story time could take a little while, so I'm actually gonna dip out of Isaac now and start setting up for story time. Okay. Okay. Alright. Alright, so I am going to switch us over now, which means I should probably also post some stuff. Oh, okay. Alright. So, this is going to be a bit of a weird one for me, I'll be honest, and I really don't have anything planned for like a visual. I really need to start getting backgrounds so I can have stuff like a background for when I do story times and stuff like that. Alright. So, we're going to be looking at a content creator, writer, and curator of the creepy that I personally really admire. His name is Jonathan Wozak, or as he's better known online, Bog Leech. And every year, because his birthday is on Halloween, he celebrates by having a big contest to come up with. Oh, no. I want to make that in a new tab. There we go. He has a big contest to see who can write some of the best original creepypastas that year. And I thought it would be fun to kind of go into them blind and see what we come up with. So, let me exit out of Isaac. And then let me set up for this. So, what kind of category you got for me here? No. No, I don't think that'll work either. I guess it's reading? I'm surprised there's no, like, scary story. Oh, here we go. Short, scary stories. Alright. So we got that. And let me update the information. And let me start the spooky music. Will it be copyright free? I don't know. That's the spookiest part. Will it be appropriate to the stories? Almost definitely not. Alright, so. Alright, chat. Are you still with me? I certainly hope so. I'd hate to get scared all alone without you. Oh, I'm glad to see that, Racy. How about we all grab a blanket? Unless it's really hot, and I guess you could skip the blanket. But how about we turn off all the lights and tell ourselves some creepypastas? And you know what? I think it would only be proper, since this is going to be for you, the audience, if you, and you're going to be just as blind in what these stories are like as I am, if you helped me pick what stories I should read. So chat, do you think you could give me a hand? You should be able to see them now. Do you see any stories that you'd like to read? Or shall I scroll down to show you some more? I'll give you a little bit of time while I take a drink. Alright, well, I'll let you think about it, chat. And I'll pick our first one tonight. I imagine we should start with some of the winners. This one sounds fun. Vocal Mimicry by Tristan Tanner. I used to work as a delivery driver in my hometown, getting orders through an app, picking up whatever they wanted to eat, and delivering it to their doorstep. What could possibly go wrong? No. Okay. I used to work as a delivery driver in my hometown, getting orders through an app, picking up whatever they wanted to eat, and delivering it to their doorstep. It wasn't the best job, and the pay was pretty variable from day to day, but it helped me earn a little bit of extra money. I hated delivering at night. Interacting with strangers and driving around unfamiliar neighborhoods was already scary enough, but being forced to do it in the dark made it easily 100 times worse. I've always been afraid of the dark, ever since I was a little kid. I never fully grew out of that fear, and I've always been teased by my friends about it, but I tried to work through it as best I could. One night, I was finishing up an evening of deliveries at an apartment complex I hadn't been to before. Apartment complexes were tough to deliver to during daylight hours, but at night, they were almost labyrinthine. The dim light from my phone's flashlight was scarcely able to help me determine which building housed my delivery's recipient, but after about 10 minutes I finally found them. I apologized for the wait, and they shut the door in my face without another word. And I faced another challenge, finding the way back to my car. I always forget where I park, but fortunately, I had a method to find my car. My car's keys had some buttons on them that would allow me to lock or unlock my doors from a distance. If I hit the lock button when the car was already locked, it would make a beeping noise. I could fairly easily use this to navigate my way to my vehicle. I started hitting the lock button repeatedly, and sure enough, I began to hear the telltale beeping of my car. I walked towards the sound, straining my ears. As I walked, I began to hear a second beeping noise. I stopped for a moment, listening. I pressed the button again, and once again, there were 2 beeps. One seemed louder than the other, so after a moment of thought, I figured that the quieter beeping must be an echo of some kind. I began moving towards this newer, louder sound, starting to feel a little uneasy. Even though I couldn't remember exactly where I had parked, I felt almost certain that I was going the wrong way. But each time I pressed the button, I heard my car's beep. So I thought that I had simply gotten more lost than I initially thought. Eventually, I rounded a corner and reached a small parking area. I peered about, but there were no cars to be seen, just empty parking spaces and a lone streetlight, illuminating what seemed to be some old clothes, lying abandoned on the asphalt. I once again pressed the button, growing concerned and feeling watched. I heard the beep emanate from the clothes beneath the streetlight. I stared in panic as the object I had mistaken for discarded clothing began to stand up. It didn't move like it had bones. Instead, it seemed to inflate like one of those tube men that car dealerships use to advertise. The thing rose up to nearly 8 feet in height, with pale, blubbery skin dotted with occasional patches of coarse hairs. It was human-shaped in appearance, but the proportions were all wrong. Its anatomy almost looked like that of a stick man from a child's drawing. Its head finally inflated, revealing a circular face with 2 bulging, bloodshot eyes facing in different directions in a crescent moon smile. Its mouth wasn't filled with rows of razor-sharp teeth or hundreds of human incisors or even gums and flesh. It was a featureless black void. Its eyes finally came together, zeroing in on my position like a predator staring at its prey. Time froze for what seemed like minutes, though it could have been only a few seconds. The thing before me stood, swaying gently in the slight wind. Then, from its empty, Vanta-black mouth came a single, solitary beep, and it began to stumble towards me. Oh, this is a good song for this, too. I want to make sure that stays on. Alright. I screamed and began to flee, though I couldn't help myself from constantly looking behind me. It was wobbling and tumbling over itself, but somehow was still gaining on me. As my lungs began to burn, I swear I heard canned laughter emanating from the creature, the sort of noise they used to have in old sitcoms. I was once told that most canned laughter was recorded in the 50s, and that, in all likelihood, most of those laughs you hear when watching old shows come from the mouths of dead people. As I blindly fled, that's all I could think over and over. Dead people laughing, dead people laughing, dead people laughing. Somehow I reached my car. I guess I subconsciously found my way there in panicked flight. I slammed the door and locked it, curling into the fetal position as I heard the wet slap of that thing's hands against the window, along with that horrible, mocking laughter. I suppose I passed out, as the next thing I knew there were cops knocking on my car's window. I claimed I fell asleep in my car after a long night of driving, and I was left off with a stern warning. I haven't done any delivery driving since, and after that night, I always make sure I know exactly where I parked my car. That one wasn't bad. What did you think, chat? Did you like it? I'm gonna pause the songs so I can set up another one. Well, I'm glad you liked it. Let me know, Racy. I think you're probably the, I think you're probably the sound of those laughs and claps being long gone, right? It's not something I've ever really thought about, to be honest, but it's really interesting. Like, I mean, I guess those noises had to be people at some point, unless they replaced them with, like, computer machine generated, but still. Do you see any stories you'd like me to read next, Racy? For now, I think it's just you and me. Oh, looks like missed or corrected. The marks? I don't know. When old Nathan Puckett first saw the marks on the side of his boat, he had initially assumed them to be leftover sea salt that had been missed when he washed the boat the day prior. A nautical monster tale takes a morbidly amusing final turn. You like nautical stuff? Alright, let's give that one a shot then. Well, it looks to be a fairly long one. That's good. Alright, let's get some music for this. Let's see. Do I have anything that would be a good atmospheric? Because it's not going to be all scary in this one, I have to imagine. Epic? That might be too epic. Yeah. Folk, perhaps? Nah, I'll just stick with spooky. Alright. When old Nathan Puckett first saw the marks on the side of his boat, he had initially assumed them to be leftover sea salt that had been missed when he washed the boat the day prior. So he fixed his supposed mistake and washed the marks. You know, I'll pause it for now until it actually gets scary. Ba-ba, ba-ba, and then ba-ba, ba-ba. There we go. Okay, that should do it. And there. Okay. So he fixed his supposed mistake and washed off the marks. He was fairly certain they were salt, but he had never seen unwashed salt leave behind a chain of perfect circles. The next time old Puckett would see the marks again would be about a week later. There were more of them now, and he was doubting his earlier assumption of leftover salt. They almost looked like tracks of some kind, The circles would be large at one end and get progressively smaller the further they went. Old Puckett also could have sworn he didn't leave a beer bottle on the boat overnight. In his retirement, he had taken up the hobby of homebrewing in tandem with becoming a boat person, as he had always loved the sea, and felt most of his beer brands lacking. He usually stocked his boat with his creation, but he never left an empty bottle out. Never. Oh well, he thought, and threw away the empty bottle, assuming it was just a simple mistake. After all, everyone makes simple mistakes. Old Puckett would realize 9 days later that the mistake was not of his own making. After all, he would never do something so irresponsible as leaving the door of the fridge open overnight. He didn't like that sight when he found it, all the hard work that had gone into homebrewing those beers, and now he had to throw them all out. And those marks were back, now covering the fridge and making a path straight off the boat. It was clear to old Puckett what was going on. Some young jackasses had decided to make him their next target. Real classy of them, prodding an old man and making him think he's already lost his marbles, Puckett thinks. He's actually probably got a good few decades left if he keeps up his hobbies. After cleaning up the mess, old Puckett makes sure to be on the lookout for those punks. Although that's a bit of a problem, considering that they strike at night, and even when he was a young'un, Nathan Puckett was no night owl. Okay. Things finally came to fruition 13 days later, for better or for worse. Old Puckett had managed to get himself out of bed at an unreasonable hour, at least for him, simply because he felt that he should check on the boat and spot for hoodlums. He certainly didn't like it when his beautiful little boat had just been taken by a pack of irritating 20-somethings. You know the type, the pseudo-frat boys and sorority girls who think getting drunk and having sex, preferably a combination of both, and shit like that constitutes a personality. The kind of people who have absolutely no prospects for the future, all because their dad owns a dealership or two. The kind that cheat and bribe their way into institutions and rob hard-working people of those spots, those types. Old Puckett knew something like this was going to happen. He had felt it in his bones for nearly 2 weeks at this point. Of course, old Puckett wasn't the man he used to be, so he called the harbor patrol and told them what had happened. They set off in their boats to find the stolen craft, but it would be a bit of a challenge, considering the overnight fog was starting to roll in. And since it was already rather dark out, neither the drunk louts nor old Puckett noticed the circular marks that were already on the boat when it was being jacked. The harbor patrol found the described vessel out in the ocean a little over an hour after being called by its owner. One of the patrolmen could have sworn he heard a plopping sound, like something had dropped into the water, but ignored it. They took notice of the weird marks on the boat that was generally disregarded in favor of all the blood. The interior of the boat was a grisly sight, the mutilated corpses of several young men and women torn apart and thrown all over the vessel. The fridge was open with all of its homebrew contents drunken up. The bits and pieces all had the same circular marks on them, and it was at that point that the patrolmen realized what they were. They were tentacle marks, most likely from an octopus. But these seemed too big for an octopus, never mind the level of carnage that was not characteristic of the admittedly carnivorous invertebrate. The patrolmen were ready to bring the boat in, tell its owner about what they had found, and launch a formal investigation. Then something caught the youngest member's eye. It was a notepad, accompanied by a severed hand holding a pen, tentacle marks strewn about it, almost like it was being used as some disturbing proxy. The note was somewhat legible, but its contents were equally confusing as to this whole situation. The note simply read, "Thanks." Well, that was a fun little twist. I hope you enjoyed yourself, Racy. I do good voices? Well, thank you. I really appreciate that. Oh, and there's my partner home, too. At least, I hope it's my partner. Hey, dear. Alright. Let's see now. How about something particularly creepy next? Let's see what this one is. Dead number killed my phone. Please help. Hey guys, I hope I got the right forum this time. I'm having trouble with my phone. Please help. So, I work for a small-time telemarketing firm in Georgia. They do some contract work for some big name in politics, and have recently been trying to spread out to email marketing. I'm one of those guys they brought in to fill out their existing phone marketing contracts so they can make a clean jump to email and close their telemarketing division entirely, which they've already begun doing. So I work in a room about the size of a shoebox with 3 other guys. Lenny, an old man who insists that he work till the day he dies. Roger, a boy fresh out of high school who thinks he's the hottest thing since skinny jeans. And Nella, a nice young lady who takes this job way too seriously. We each sit in one corner of the room with our backs to each other making calls. None of us have ever met our boss, who calls himself Mr. Lamb, and communicates with us entirely via this outdated fax machine placed on the floor in the center of the room. A secretive guy even faxes us our paychecks. In the division, there's a big whiteboard just above Lenny's desk with an ever-growing list of dead numbers, meaning numbers that are on our lists but never pick up the phone when they're called. They don't hang up. They aren't disconnected. The phone just rings until we have to stop trying and move on to the next number. I'm telling you all this because one of the dead numbers finally picked up. About a week ago, me and Lenny were coming in together early after I had helped him with some yard work, and we found Roger at his desk, disheveled. Apparently, after we had all left the night before, he had started trying every single dead number on the list, and about midway down, he found one that picked up. Roger implored one of us to try it, so I did, and it rang. It rang for almost half an hour, and I almost considered hanging up and telling Roger that his late night was getting to him. But just as I went to put down the handset, the ringing stopped, and the noise began. Some sort of sloshing, straining sound, like boiled egg after boiled egg plopping out of a water balloon and into a dish of mayonnaise, with this wet chewing noise in the background. I guess whoever had this number originally had a cell phone and had dropped it in an industrial vat of something at work, probably deviled ham. Roger just looked relieved that he wasn't the only one who could hear it, and as Nella arrived, the workday began. Hey, dear.
Hey, can I try a sip?
Yeah, sure.
I want to try a sip of this one. Did you plug Bog Leech, or are you just reading? Did you plug Bog Leech and link?
I haven't linked, but I'm broadcasting this window, and I've also introduced him as such.
Okay. Huh. That's actually pretty good.
Yeah. When I tried to call the first number on my list, though, there was just the noise on the other end. I'm sorry to burst your bubble if you were hoping for this to be some horror story, but it was just because I had forgotten to hang up. So I did. I hung up, dialed the number, and called again. And it rang. It rang for a good long while. And then on the other end, just the noise. So I told Lenny we had another dead one. He added it to the whiteboard, and I sat back in smug security about winning my bet that we'd reach 50 by Christmas. I tried the next number on my list. It rang for a bit, and then it was just the noise. I kept trying every single one of the numbers on my list, noise. Then every number I knew, including my own house phone, and it was just that wet, sloppy noise on the other end. I told the others my phone was busted, and that I wouldn't be able to work until I could fix it. I tried faxing Mr. Lamb, but he refused to acknowledge the problem. I even had him call me, and when he called, it worked just fine. Figures. First time any of us heard his voice. I lost a bet to Nella on him even having one, and he told all of us nothing was wrong and to keep calling our numbers. So I sort of just tried them, hoped it would count, and went home to ask you people for help with my technical issue. Please hurry. It's affecting my home phone now, too. I guess it's like a computer virus for phones? And I spread it to mine when I called. I don't know. I'm not good with technology. Edit. I'm beginning to hear the noise without a phone. It's getting closer. I think I need to lie down and wait for it to pass over me. We'll tell you how that goes. Last updated, November 23rd, 2008. That wasn't bad. I like the ambiguity. The ending feels,
I'm okay.
What happened?
An ant startled me.
Oh. I think that one was pretty good. It felt a little... like, I'm not totally sure what was going on for most of it, which, I mean, I guess is kind of what they wanted, so accomplished there. Definitely is creepy. Anyone else want to pick one out, or shall I just pick another one for y'all tonight? I'll scroll through. I had just been showing like the winning entries before, but I might as well show all of them. Got a Binding of Isaac win. Nice, Sammy. Good work. What kind of build did you have? Thank you.
Okay.
Oh, thank you for the hydrate also, Kyrie. And welcome, Kyrie. Familiar spam. That's a fun one. Oh, and thank you for the posture check. Yeah. I love whenever I'm lucky enough to get soy milk and some kind of status effect tier. Because it doesn't matter at that point what your luck is, you will get that. And you'll get a lot of it. Alright, so... yeah, I'm telling... tonight is Spooky STuesday. So I did some Isaac earlier. Now I'm doing some creepypastas from... there was this guy I follow, Bogleech is his username. I think his actual name, I believe it's pronounced something like Jonathan Wozniak. No, I saw one called this. Oh, you saw one like on the list called Ghosts? Oh yeah, Ghost Stories. Yeah. Um, you know, I guess I'll pick one more from my choices because I'm curious about another one on the top list here, Graveyard Slot, because it has a very promising sounding review. So, also welcome, Kyrie. Make yourself at home. All right. Let me start the spooky music again. I always have two choices if I want to see him. Staying up till 2 or 3 a.m. or waking up before 6 a.m. Tonight, I chose the second one. It's been a while. It's a Friday night, and it seems a safer bet of the two. Okay, this is maybe a little too much too quick, this song. Let's try the next one. There we go. Local stations don't have great budgets. They get by on properties too obscure or too dated to rise in prices. Wading through the late-night programming is a journey through the past, like falling in a pit all the way down to the graveyard slot. All the way to the solid rock of badly colorized sitcoms. The Sunday Family Friend spells the proud title card with a merry jingle, not knowing that these reruns have made it feel meaningless. This program was recorded in front of a live audience, says the words searing on the screen. The audience hollers and claps their hand as if to answer that, yeah, golly, they're there and they're ready. There's a scratch in the voices. The prints of the old recording apparatus and the time spent before reaching the television of the 21st century. I'm not versed in the genres of TV programs enough to say if what I'm watching is an old variety, a review, a talk show, exactly. It aged with its names. The host rises to a stage accompanied by the crescendo of their applause. A small orchestra tunes in. The man turns and smiles and waves as if moved by the notes. Well, 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 good evening to you all, my ladies and gentlemen. What a show we have for you tonight, he announces, words that fall into place like gears in a machine, like wheels into tracks. His smile is blinding. His eyes twinkle under his bushy eyebrows, and the camera finally switches to show the audience. They give a face to the fired-up voices filling the studio, to the hands that have been clapping their enthusiasm, and in those faces I find him, once again, my little brother Mickey, smiling, joyful, his eyes big and dark with excitement against the pale, pale shadow of his face. He's dressed in clothes I never saw him with, surrounded with people I could never know, and he looks happy. The host nods to his audience with his own carefully cultivated joy and starts listing some of the guests I've never heard about, or maybe I'm just not listening anymore. That face in the crowd, fuzzy and mixed with the rest, brings me back every time to the last day I spent with my brother. It brings me to that hospital bed, to his cold hand enclosed in mine, to his eyes gazing into nothingness. Car accident. A hit and run, they called it. On a road made too slippery with rain and by a car that had bolted away into the distance. Mickey was barely present when I finally reached his side, and making sense of his words was almost impossible in the few hours before he faded away. Now on the screen, he's smiling. He's laughing like he used to. His laughter is among the others that rise up on cue when the host winks and prods his guests, mimics shock and calls for trained irreverence like a circus master. He has big, square teeth that, in the low definition of the camera, look fused into one white arch in his face. Wayland Harper Russet. That's the name I found after I first saw an episode of The Sunday Family Friend. One foggy Thursday morning now 6 months ago, I found his name. Not much else about him. Mickey died in summer 2019. He was born in 1995, and the show ran from 1975 to 1979, finding little success with the general audience and languishing into the sort of obscurity that buries you into the graveyard slot. Now it's the only way I have to see my little brother again, and the waxy faces peering from the background. I never did laugh in his hospital bed, only muttered to the empty air in front of him. His lips were too cracked to form real words. He barely could sip the water I tried to make him drink. Those sounds made every hour of that night the longest of my entire life. A century a minute. I was too afraid to sleep, too afraid that Mickey would slip away forever while my eyes were closed. That's why I turned the TV on at 4:45 a.m., just to find some old program noisy enough to keep us awake. I remember how big his eyes got, how suddenly he stopped speaking. I remembered the rasp in his breath when he inhaled and started whimpering, while his arms trembled to point at the gray faces on the small screen in the corner. I remembered the man he was staring at, and some nights I even feel like I understand why. Wayland Russet, a man who wanted his audience and his fame, but found little of both. This song is so good, I'm gonna have it keep playing. Genres lived and died before he got big. Now he has me tuning in for his theatrics at least thrice a week. Maybe his #1 fan. Among the information I have found, there is an obituary, one dated 2008. But if that has not stopped this flytrap of a show, then it will not be enough to stop me. I know his face well now, his teeth, his winking, the shape of his skull underneath the old slicked-back hairdo. I have done a lot of reading in these months, on books older than the Sunday, and of any television, some older than this whole country. Shape up and get ready, Mr. Russet. I will soon be on your guest list. That's the end of the story. What did you think, chat? I do hope you've been enjoying story time, everyone. Stretch my neck out a little bit. You love story time? Oh, I'm glad. Let's see. I could do one more story maybe with the time I got left in the hour block. Scary things help me feel comfortable. I don't think that's too weird. I think if anything that's fairly normal. It's because kinda like we know these aren't real. So by confronting the things that we're afraid of in this way and being able to remind ourselves that we're safe, it's easier. I'm curious. I guess let's just try this one. 21 rules to remember. Let's start up another song, shall we? Alright. 21 rules to remember. Submitted by Nova Softlock Circus. A small and flimsy paper booklet found on the floor of an unusual haunted Halloween haunting attraction featuring a myriad of dedicated actors playing unusual creature designs that appeared overnight in a small town and disappeared just as quickly. No actors were ever seen off-duty or out of costume, but this slightly waterlogged pamphlet seemed to be a set of guidelines for the scare actors. Rules and regulations for those who dwell within. All rules are to be followed without question. To violate is to be punished. This pamphlet has been distributed to all of your fellow dwellers. Any confusion over the rules is to be brought to management. Number 1. Guests are not to come to any harm. To attack a guest is to be punished. If a guest attacks you first, you are to hide where they cannot see you. If a guest is in danger of one of the other inhabitants, you are to pull away your fellow dweller with force if necessary. Guests are to be frightened. You are not to interact peacefully with guests. They must regard you with fear. You are not to endanger them to achieve this. All danger must be manufactured and harmless. Scripts. I am following my own rules and eating in the dining room. Alright, Epitome. You do you. Good for you. Scripts will occasionally be provided by management to aid in this. Improvisation is allowed, but if scripts are provided, they are to be followed. Number 3, guests are not to see you off-duty. If by any chance a guest encounters you while you are not in an active scaring role, you are to immediately resume your role. Off-duty quarters are strictly off-limits to guests. Guests are to be warded away, but not with violence. This is for the protection of you and your fellow dwellers. Guests are of mankind. All of mankind who enter are to be treated as guests. You are not to cast judgment on the temperament of guests. All of mankind who enter are guests and must be treated as such. You are not of mankind. Do not forget this. You are not to attempt communication with the guests. Guests are not to hear you speak in mankind's tongues, except under guidance of a script. You are not to speak in you are not to speak in mankind's tongues, except under guidance of a script. Do not trust a guest. Do not listen to the things they say. They do not know what you are. They are not to know. Mankind cannot be trusted. This is for the protection of you and your fellow dwellers. Number 6. You are to limit interaction with your fellow dwellers. They cannot be trusted. They cannot trust you. Guests cannot be trusted. Only management can be trusted. Number 7. You are to promise not to leave. Here you are safe. You are not to leave. This is for your protection. Number 8. You are not to ask what you are. You are not mankind. You are something aberrant and repulsive. You defy nature and explanation. Number 9. You are not to ask about the management's masks. They are not of mankind. You are not to ask. To imply any of management or of mankind is immediate punishment. Number 10. You are not to ask who you are. You are a dweller. If you do not understand what that means, reread this pamphlet. Number 11. You are not to ask where you came from. There is nothing outside for you. You are not to leave. Number 12. You are not to ask why you are here. You are here for your protection. Number 13. You are not to ask questions unrelated to work. Guests do not know. Your fellow dwellers will lie to you. Management is not obligated to answer. Do not bother. This is for your protection. Number 14. You are not to leave. You are not to leave. You are not to leave. Please. Number 15. You are not to ask what is outside. What is outside is mankind. Here, you can interact with them safely. Outside, you are in danger. They do not understand you. They will hurt you. There is nothing for you outside. There is no way for you to safely exist amongst mankind. You are something aberrant and repulsive. You are here for your protection. You are not to leave. Number 16. Any guest who attempts to bring you outside wishes you harm. Flee. Do not get close. Do not speak to them. Do not trust them. You are not to leave. You are not of mankind. This is for your protection. Number 17. You cannot become mankind. You cannot become like mankind. You are not to live like mankind does. Any dweller who claims otherwise is a liar. They cannot be trusted. Any guest who claims otherwise does not know better. They cannot be trusted. You are not to speak to guests. You are something aberrant and repulsive. Number 18. Liars must be reported to management. Do not tell lies. Do not listen to liars. Management will never lie to you. Number 19. All of the rules here are for your protection. You are not to doubt them. This place is sanctuary. This is the only place you may safely exist. You are not to leave. You are not to leave. This is for your protection. Number 20. To violate these rules is to forfeit sanctuary and be thrown to the mercy of mankind. This is for the protection of your fellow dwellers. Management does not want to do this. We do not want to do this. Please. Number 21. All cash payment collected from guests for entry fees and for the gift shop is to be immediately turned over to management. That was an interesting one. I'm confused, intrigued. Alright, chat. We have enough time that I could read one, if I can find one, I could read one more quick story. Or we could move on to the next segment, which is going to be the tarot. I'm just scrolling through these. If you see any that catch your eye, feel free to speak up. And if you'd rather simply move on to the next segment, that's totally fine too. Just let me know. Gosh, there sure are a lot of things. Alright. Well, for now then, I think I'll move on to next segment. So, how should I do this? Because to be honest, there's not really, oh, you're welcome, Racy. I had a lot of fun, and I hope people enjoyed themselves and enjoyed the stories too. Oh, stretch. I'm not sure what to do for a screen to like have a visual for this next part because I mean, well, if I had a camera, I could at least kind of do something with that, or a camera that I could have like showing the cards. I could do that, but for now, I'll just take it out. Oh, maybe what I can do then is I'll go back to playing Isaac for now, but when someone says that they have a question that they'd like to ask the tarot deck, I'll stop Isaac and I'll deliver the card's message to you. How's that sound, chat? Okay. Sounds good? Alright. So, now, before I start up Isaac, does anyone have any questions right off the bat? Hello.
I hate to interrupt.
What is it?
I'm going to bed. Love you.
I love you too.
Love you, Chad.
Epitome says they love you.
Also, tomorrow's supposed to be really hot. Make sure to have plenty of water during your stream, okay?
Okay.
I'll meet you in bed when you're ready.
Alright. Alright, chat. So just let me know whenever you have a question. And for now, I'll start up some Isaac again. And let's also switch over the window capture. There we go.
Isaac and his mother lived alone in a small house on a hill. Isaac kept to himself, drawing pictures and playing with his toys as his mom watched Christian.
What sort of things should be asked? Alright, well, I will say I've had conversations with this deck before, and when I talked with it, it said that in general, its strength lies more in answering questions of the more practical or like shorter term. It could theoretically still do like deep philosophical questions. It's just not as talented as at those is all. Let's try Blue Baby. So it's better at advice or that kind of like more, not necessarily more practical, but more everyday kind of question. But again, you can ask anything you feel comfortable asking. This is all in good fun. There's no guarantee that this will be of any particular special deep meaning, but I'll try my best to tell you what the cards tell. Uh-oh. Okay. Oh, by the way, Sad Bunny, I wasn't able to be... I wasn't able to, like, interact with it, but I did catch a little bit of your stream in the hot tub with, I don't know what it was called, the Utena game. You got a very chill setup, I like it. Oh, no, do not try to hit me. Do not try to hit me, Larry. Larold Jr., you stop that this instant. Larold. Ow, Larold, do not bite me. Here we go. It is a strange game, going to finish playing it on stream. Nice! Is it like kinda... It kind of looked a little bit like a visual novel? Would that be accurate to say? Not as interactive as common visual novels, but it has some choices building up to something. Sounds mysterious. Even more bombs. At least I'm being spoiled for bombs in this run. Yeah, it is. It does make it much better for tier destroying. Okay. Could be here. And it is. I don't think so. Okay. I really don't want to pick it up, so I'm not gonna. There, that's the end of this statement. Hunt. Okay. Ow. And hit you too. Plant this and... oh no, it doesn't stop you. I was hoping it would. very slow tears now, but oh. Okay. I'll take what you're putting down, Satan. Hey, thanks, man. I'll rep the goat brand. There you go. So, anyone have any burning questions yet? What a lousy run.
Oh, you're doing terrible.
Well, I am, but until I actually get someone who, like, has a question or something, I figured I'd just do Isaac to have something on in the back.
Okay.
Do you have a question?
Not off the top of my head.
That's fair.
That would be serious. Love you.
I love you too.
Night.
I'll try not to stay up too late.
You don't have to get up with me tomorrow. I have to get up early.
Okay.
Okay. Love you.
I love you. The game still does sound interesting, I'll admit. I guess I'll take it. I won't be happy about it. Well. No, you stop that. You stop that, spider. Ow. Okay, well, at least I can go looking for the item route. It should be up here. There it is. Oh, mystery item. Nod's leaf again. Alright. I mean, there's nothing I really have right now that can take advantage of it, but it's not a bad item to have by any stretch. It's like just one item away from being able to cheese most of the bosses in the game. Ooh. Oh, another mystery item. What could it be? Betrayal. Not something I would ever choose, but I'll take it. It only cost me a bomb, so might as well. Might as well also trade a bomb for a key to level things out a little bit. Do I want to try for that? You know what? Yeah, let's try to get that key chest here. Oh, there's two. Okay. Let's try. Okay. Magic 8 Ball. It balances out the shot speed at least, I guess. Hey, and Hierophant, that's a good... Oh, you know, I probably should try advertising a little bit for the new thing that I'm doing, so let me quickly head over to Twitter. Okay, so let's see. Okay, then can you take me to my profile, please? There we go. Alright. Whew. It's getting toasty in here. Anyway. How are you holding up, chat? Well, I hope. I hope that if anyone does have any questions, they'll be comfy asking. Ah, Bighorn, huh? I see how it is, you big old bastard. Oop. There we go. Hey, Scar! Welcome, welcome. So right now I am technically playing Isaac, but I also have my tarot deck here, so if anyone has any questions they'd like me to try to tell the fortune tell an answer to, I can do that tonight too. That's a sucky pill to get. And how have you been, Scarth? How's my favorite kind of ship captain? Come on. There we go. None too shabby. Yeah, I never established any profile picture shtick for us to tease me over. It's alright, you dork. I appreciate you regardless, so don't sweat it. There we go. I still have no idea how Golden Razor works. I'm glad to hear that you've been having a pretty alright day then. My day's been pretty alright too. I guess let's give you some. Come on, man. Yeah, thank you, jeez. Greedy baby, right? In this economy? But yeah, I don't want to jinx it, but I think I might be done with the model for Nia soon. Like, I I still need to make sure there's nothing that will, like, just absolutely break the model. And then export it to start making expressions. But yeah, I'm feeling pretty good about that one, I think. And once that's done, I'll be able to see if there's anyone else who wants to commission me, and if not, then I'll have the chance, or not have the chance, then I'll have the time at least to work on the, let's just close that. Okay, there it is. I'll have the time to work on my full body model. Oh yeah. You saw the picture of it before, haven't you? Mia like reposted it on, not reposted, retweeted it over on hers. That wasn't just like a flat PNG, that was actually, excuse me, that was actually like all of the layers separated, excuse me, out and everything, and now I've been working on rigging it, so yeah. Oh, seriously? Only one? Fine. Jeez. Yeah. I'm hoping that it's one of those things where it's like a redeemable alt model that you can like have her toggle on and off or something. Because, I mean, here's a pro business tip from me to y'all. Don't do something that someone doesn't explicitly ask and pay you for just because you want to. If you want to run a smart business, make sure people like you can't paint someone a beautiful painting and then say, okay, now give me money. It don't work like that, unfortunately. Okay, let's go fight boss. Mega Maw. Oh. Ah. 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 Oh. No. No. Ah. No. 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 This is a very long fight. Ow. I made you art, now pay me. Yep. Sadly it doesn't work like that. You can't force someone to pay you for something that you did without them asking. But, I mean, as much as I try not to do the whole do work for exposure thing, I think that's honestly probably the best option, or the best outcome for me from this, and, you know, I'm okay with that. Because, I mean, Nia's not a small streamer by any stretch. She's not like pulling in hundreds of people a stream, but she's pulling in reliable numbers, and if people see that and like the kind of artwork and the models I can make, then people will theoretically be interested in paying me to do stuff, which would be pretty poggers, you know? I'll be honest, chat. I want to make babies. I want to make a whole bunch of VTuber babies, is what I mean. Scrambles for money. Aww. I'm also fortunate enough that I don't have to do this as like a job. Like, well, I don't have to do this as a job that I absolutely need the money for, so I can afford to do stuff like, hey, yeah, I can cut some people like friends and family discounts. At least within reason. I'm gonna try not to make a habit of doing hundreds of dollars worth of work totally for free. Nice. Did you already book yourself a rigger for the turkey? Still looking. Well, I mean, if you're interested, I can try doing that too for you. I've drawn and rigged all of the models that I've worked on so far, which with me a goblin will make 3. But you gotta pick someone that you'll be really happy with the work of, to be honest, so if you find someone that you really like, go for him. I think, anyway. And put on in. Bomb bag. Not what I want, but I'll take it. Okay. Shop. Okay. I was hoping for this, so let's see if there's anything worth it. Ow. There we go. Well, I mean, I guess I might as well. Alright, grab that and that. I don't really want to use it on poop, but, hopefully I'll find something better. Okay, let's see what's over here. There we go. Okay, and maybe something good in here? Oh, this could be good. This could be good. I hope this is good. Because there could be some items in like that. There could be some items in here. It already feels kinda worth it. Let's see if I can get some even more stuff. Alright, only one item out of the 4, but it was a decent item, so I'm okay with that. Okay, now let's head on down so I can go fight the boss. Boo, boo, boo. Yes, I had a feeling. I had a feeling. Ooh.
Of spades.
Got all those. Okay, and we keep going. We keep on going. Oh, okay, don't like you. Don't like you at all. Sir, please stop jumping at me, Jack. Jack, stop jumping. Jack. I'd appreciate if you stopped jumping, Jack. Where's the last enemy? Oh, there you are. Oh. Okay. We're good. We're good. Alright, now what's this? Jumpin' Jack. Yeah. I call those enemies Jumpin' Jacks because they're doing Jumpin' Jacks. It's not that deep. Although I do like the song. I'm not like a big Rolling Stones fan, but I do like that song because I really enjoyed playing Elite Beat Agents as a kid. I was but a tiny bunny, but I feel like that was the only rhythm game I could ever really play because all of the other ones I found were like the do touch these buttons, and like as soon as, like if you put a DDR style minigame before me, I will cry, because no matter how much I think about it, I immediately just devolve into like trying to hit every button at once. It was a fun game. I'm sad that they never translated the sequel game to make Elite Beat Agents 2. But we have Osu, the online thing now, at least, I guess. Oh. Okay. Yep, time to go down. Cause it's all right now. In fact, it's a gas. Cause it's all right. Cause Jumpin' Jack Flash is a gas, gas, gas. Jumpin' Jack Flash, it's a gas. Jumpin' Jack Flash, it's a gas, gas, gas. Jumpin' Jack Flash, it's a gas. Ow, ow. There we go. Cat Jam, yeah. Oh wait, do I not have TT better Twitch TV emotes on? I thought I did. Oh, I'm gonna have to make sure I add that on. Which means first I gotta figure out how to add that on. But once I figure out how to add that on, I'll definitely add that on. I don't need to go in there like some kind of sucker. You do, just not many dancing ones. Oh. Oh. How do I add new emotes? Is there something I gotta do? Well, I can see that one. Huh? Alright. Item room. Mom's pill jar. It's better than poop. That's such a ringing endorsement, isn't it? Mom's pill jar. It's better than poop. I don't think I need to use the dice room. I'm curious about what it is, but I'm not curious enough to spend 2 points on it. It's better than poop. Out of context, that really is such a good endorsement line. It's better than poop. I'm just trying to think of what the best and worst things that you could use that kind of endorsement on. Blood? It's better than poop? No, that doesn't quite work. It's better than poop, B2021. Well, if that's how I am to be remembered, I will accept it. Okay, I mean, this is theoretically gonna be my last shop. I don't know why I did that, other than I don't know why I did that, so, you know, yeah, I'll just put the rest in the machine for now. I'm almost close to getting the $9.99. Ow! You stop that. Now you stop that. Mean. Just need that game review system. Hot or cold? Nah, better or worse than poop. Yeah? You know, that would probably work. Ow. There we go. Okay. Oop. No, no, no. Come on. There we go. Oh gee, I wonder how I'll ever find my way to the boss room now. Oh, I think I'm gonna pass on this one. That's a little too dangerous for my tastes. Alright, Mom. Hi. Please no steppy, Mom. Please no steppy. Ow! Please no steppy. No, stop jumping on me. There we go. There we go. Depicted what getting stepped on by tall dummy mommy actually looks like. I mean, you're not wrong. I don't know if you should say it, but you're not wrong. And we go. So did anyone ever come up with any questions they wanted to ask the tarot deck? Power pill. Okay, now that I know what that one is, I can hold on to it. Can I ask them if I will be good at streaming? Sure. I think we can ask that. Alright, so let's take out the deck. Alright, so the way that I was taught how to do this is the more specific a sort of scenario we can think to ask the cards, the more specific a kind of question, more specific a kind of answer they can provide. And keep in mind, at the end of the day, this is not exactly a science. The more information I get, the more information I can give, but there's no guarantee. This is all just advice and such. So I'm going to say that, let's say, how should I do this? Because tarot cards usually have a formatting to them too, in terms of this is like this card represents so-and-so, this other card represents so-and-so. So I'm trying to think, maybe something like the first card will represent your strengths as a streamer. The second card will represent your weaknesses as a streamer. Your third card will represent how you can improve, maybe, or strengths, weaknesses, and let's say, let's say if your third card is if you're not satisfied with the results you get, how can you improve? Fairly simple, fairly broad. So right now I'm just shuffling the deck, but feel free at any point, Racy Fluff, to tell me when I should stop shuffling. And normally I like there to be some level of interactivity in terms of how I cut the deck, so I figure that's about as close as I can get. If I had a better mic, I could do some nice ASMR. Oh, stop. Alright. Reassembling the deck. Okay. Alright. So, first card, your strengths. Second card, your weaknesses. Third card, a route to improvement. Let's see what we got. One other thing I'll say, no, actually, I guess it doesn't matter that much, because I don't know what these cards are anyway. Okay, so first card, your strengths. Okay, we have the Ace of Cups. Now I take out my handy-dandy guidebook. Here we are. The Ace of Cups. The Ace of Cups floats on the surface of a shimmering lake at dawn. The silvery cup with a stylized scallop design is surrounded by blooming pink water lilies and green lily pads. The cup is overflowing with water all on its own, and there are 4 streams of water, one for each direction and element, spilling over the edge of the silver cup and back down into the lake, returning the water to its source. In the background, the sun rises over the brim of the cup, signaling the birth of a new day. The feminine element of the water is the focus of this card. The cup, or chalice, is a time-honored symbol of the divine feminine. The cup is thought of as a womb from which all life flows. This particular ace is an auspicious card for personal relationships, as this suit is aligned with love and emotions. The Ace of Cups also symbolizes opportunities that come out of the blue, and emotional growth and the gifts that come with it. The Ace of Cups tells us that the time is now for new and creative projects, divine inspiration, and a new romance, new life, and new fresh starts. So, it says it's the most potent and pure form of the feminine element of water. When it appears in the reading, it proclaims birth, growth, love, and clairvoyance. That's an interesting one. It can also symbolize things outside, or it can symbolize pregnancies. I don't think the stream is going to get you pregnant, but it can also symbolize things like weddings, marriages, healthy relationships, supportive family. So birth, weddings, happy news and celebrations, romance and relationships, emotional beginning, psychic powers, creativity and healing as well, and the element of water. So, I mean, since that one's set up as the strength card in this formation, that feels like it's pretty good. Like, it's saying that you've got a lot of creativity, imagination going into it. Sounds like streaming is going to potentially lead to more positive relationships in your life. I mean, yeah, that one seems surprisingly straightforward. That's one thing that I do appreciate about this deck. It very rarely talks in metaphor. It's usually just pretty straightforward what the meanings are. So yeah, that's off to a good start. So the next card is your weaknesses as a streamer, and we have the King of Wands. Let's see what the King of Wands says. King of Wands. A handsome middle-aged man with Titan-colored hair. I don't know what Titan-colored hair means exactly. It kind of looks just like black hair. I don't know. Sits on a golden throne. His pale blue eyes are direct, and he is smiling just a bit. The King of Wands is leaning towards you, full of enthusiasm, energy, and generosity. He is interested and wants to be a part of your plans and goals. The King of Wands wears a regal red tunic with a golden rampart lion on the chest. In heraldry, the lion represents royalty, courage, and power. His cape is exquisite, as befits a king, and in flame colors. His crown is large, golden, and inset with rubies. In crystal magic, rubies are used to sharpen the mind and intensify awareness. Around his chest drapes a livery collar or chain of office, also made of the solar gold and set with rubies. In his right hand, he holds a tall, blooming hawthorn wand. Red streamers trail down from the wand. In the background, the sky is bright yellow and red, as if the sun is rising, showing all the fresh possibilities of the new day. This particular king rules with authority, passion, honesty, integrity, and generosity. As correctly depicted in his card, the king has a hard time staying on his golden throne. He's a man of action and is at his best when he's thinking on his feet and in the thick of things. So, when the King of Wands turns up in a reading, watch for, so it could be, watch for a fair fire-signed man. It describes it as a businessman, a leader, a mover, and a shaker. He is outgoing, direct, and confident. This is the man who can do it all, a super dad, so to speak. Okay, so it's interesting. It seems like it's actually talking about a specific person or figure in your life, potentially. Coaches his kid's little league team, keeps his marriage vital all at the same time. Man is happiest when he is involved in many activities at once. He is faithful, dependable, passionate, and if he gets frustrated or annoyed, he may have to work hard to hold on to his temper. This card also This card also represents creative expression and the championing of another's ideas and dreams. You may find that an investor or partner for your future venture is much closer than you think, or that you yourself may be the energetic supporter of another. Creativity and artistic talents are at an all-time high. The lesson of the King of Wands is that energy and enthusiasm will help you achieve your artistic and creative goals. Be generous and supportive to the people in your life. Alright, so what I'm gathering from that is that there's a couple potential readings. One is it could be saying that you should not necessarily, because this is the weakness as a streamer, it could be a specific figure that you might interact with a lot that would be helpful, but also might be a bit much. It could also be, though, that it's saying, because part of it is talking about like mentoring or supporting another figure, it might also be a warning like, it's good that you do this, that you have these kind of connections where you're able to support others too, but you need to make sure that you aren't going to be doing that to a detriment to yourself. So I think that's what the card might be getting at. Being generous is good, but don't be overly generous. Don't give more of yourself than you have to actually give. Alright, so next, the third card, which was how could you potentially improve? Okay, we have the Ace of Wands. It's Sounds a lot like you. That's the fun of tarot decks. It's very up to interpretation, but it also can become very personal as a result. All right. Dawn is breaking, and we see a blooming hawthorn branch stuck firmly into a grassy hill. The wand is a bit reminiscent of a maple, with its crisscrossed ribbons and a fire-red streamer blowing in the wind. Excuse me. According to tradition, the hawthorn tree was a popular choice for maples. Behind the wand, there are rolling green hills and a turreted castle in the distance. The castle in the background represents the reward that waits for you after your quest for knowledge and advancement is completed. The hawthorn is associated with the element of fire, making it fitting as the wand representation in this tarot for witches. The hawthorn flower flourishing on the single wand symbolize ideas that emerge and then blossom from our minds. In the language of flowers, the hawthorn blossom symbolizes hope. A bright red butterfly flutters to the side of the wand. The butterfly symbolizes transformation, regeneration, and joy. It's going to be a beautiful day and one full of promise. So the Ace of Wands is the most potent and pure form, interestingly, of the masculine element of fire. So we have your strength already, which lies in the the most potent and pure form of the feminine element of water, and now it's also saying to improve, it's going to involve also the exact opposite sense of element and gendered power dynamic. It's interesting. The card shows the creative fire or energy that cannot be contained and is now bursting forth in bloom. The Ace of Wands helps to reveal the creative path or the career path that you're on. Your hard work is turning ideas into a successful reality. It's an auspicious card if the current is considering a new job or is up for promotion at work. The Ace of Wands symbolizes power, new beginnings, a birth, success, new home, promotion, new job, ambition, passion, enthusiasm, and growth. Alright. So, it sounds... And again, this is supposed to be how you can potentially improve. I think going from the ambition and the positive start kind of angle, it might be saying that you already have a lot of strong ideas in you and that you can come up with, but you have to be able to take the plunge at some point to try and jump into it. It kind of seems like it's saying take the leap. At least that's the sense that I'm getting from it. Alright. So, did that all make sense, more or less? Which I always avoid doing and give up, so yeah, I like that. Alright. Well, I'm glad that I could help. You're welcome. It was fun doing this again. Anyone else got any questions, by the way, while I'm shuffling up? And I'm glad it helped. Honestly, the deck has been a source of very positive and supportive opinions, so I always appreciate it. And it's nice getting theoretically a unbiased viewpoint. But yeah, I mean, all of the lessons that it was talking about seem pretty straightforward. You already have a lot of creative potential, but you'll need to be able to realize the activeness of it if you want to be able to improve, and you'll also need to make sure you don't overextend and overgive of yourself. Yeah. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I'll probably be going at least until the end of this run. And you'll go great with gravy and stuffing. Well, I don't think that... Whoops. I don't think that was where I was going initially, but if you want to interpret that way... But yeah, I'll be going at least until the end of this run, so if anyone else has any questions they'd like to ask, I'm happy to oblige. Hate it when you get the bomb duds, yeah. I can see the rock over there. Cannot reach rock. Okay. What's this? Oh, nope. Okay. Health down. No thanks. Okay, I see how it is. There we go. Boop. Well, this is awkward. There we go. Alright, and we keep going. There we go. I like how the eye-type enemy's idea of running away from you when it's afraid is just turning around to look the other way. There's something weirdly cute about that to me. Alright. Got another secret room here. Boop. The Mario Boo defense, yep. Alright. Okay, good to know, I guess, that that's in rotation. That was a rough room. Okay, what's this one again? Explosive diarrhea. Mama Gertie. Hey, Mama Gertrude. How you doing? Not good, I hope. Heck yeah. There we go. Oh, yeah, none of those are very good for me. Satan, you're gonna have to try harder, my dude. Come on, you can do better than this. I guess I could, you know what? I'll take this one just to humor you, Satan. Gah. He's really down on his luck, I guess. But that's okay. I'll be killing him in two floors anyway. Ooh. What have we here? Not much, but cryptid girls, we make do. Good boy trying his hardest. Oh. Well, you gotta try harder, I guess. SMH my head. Go away, little monstros. Ow. Okay. Oh, that's a new one. I've never seen that, familiar before. Cool. What's this one? Range up. Sure, I'll take it. Might as well. Okay, okay. On the bright side, since jumper cable works on how many enemies I kill, that really charged it quick. There we go. Now we're doing okay. Or better okay than even. I'd say pretty good. I would say pretty good is what we're doing. Oh my god, just open up. There we go. Okay. Gee, thanks. Alright, let's fight Mom. Oh, well, bless your heart, Mama. Yeah. Ooh. Alright. Well, these are getting a little bit better, I guess. Do I deign give him my business? Well, I won't be able to reliably get little Brimstone, but I don't think I really need him. I guess I'll take this for the damage. Yeah. And let's go get that extra heart. And we are headed down, 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 down. I saw you and you saved me from myself. And I won't forget the way you loved me on the way down. I almost fell right through, but I held on to you. Thank you very much, deck. I give the deck a little kiss for good work. Oh boy, Brother Bobby. Oh great. Oh, hey. There we go. Ow. Ooh. Ow. I'd appreciate not getting hit so much. Got to say. Yeah. More money, more damage. Alright. Boop-boop. Ow. That was dumb of me. Literally stood still for that one. Not my finest moment. Not my worst moment either, though. Excuse me. Okay. Hey, if I get one more fly item, maybe I'll turn into Lord of the Flies. I had to take a free transformation. Alright, there we go. Boop, 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 boop. And a little more boops. A little more boops. There we go. Yeah. Money, money, money. Ain't it funny? In a rich man's world. Whoa, whoa. All the things I could do if I had a little money in a rich man's world. Do 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 in a rich man's world. Come on. Come on. That's what you get. That's what you get for crossing me. Okay. So I should probably carry this one at least a little while longer on the chance that I could potentially get a third fly item, and maybe that would give me the Lord of the Flies transformation anyway? That'd be pretty good. Just saying, Isaac. Just saying. Oh, no, 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 no. No, no. I do not want you, sir. Oh, okay, now that's 3 fly items and I didn't transform, so I guess it doesn't count. Let's go get the one that'll give me more health then. Thank you, library. I appreciate you. Support your local libraries, everyone. They're very important. Okay. There we go. Nice. Alright. Alright, you go-headed bitch. Let's fight. Where's my money, Satan? Where is it, huh? There we go. I know we're going a little later than normal, so since this is going to be the last level, let me just say, as always, thank you so much for hanging out with me. Oh, Curse of the Unknown on the last floor? That's dangerous. I don't like that. I'm a little scared. But, as always, thank you all so much for hanging out with me. I always appreciate that you choose to spend your time over here with me, and I really like the company, so thank you. I'm glad you had fun. As always, if you want to see, and if you aren't following my Twitter already, that's the best way to see schedules as they're posted weekly. Next stream is going to be tomorrow. I'll be going back to do... I thought I heard something there. It's weird. Oh! Oh! Oh, Venti! Thank you so much! Oh, I really appreciate it, Venti. Thank you. You didn't have to do that, but I'm really happy that you did, and I hope I make it worth your time. I am very proud of my ghost child. That's you. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, I'll be streaming more of my my trans doodles. That's gonna be tomorrow, 2 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, same as usual. After that, Saturday night is gonna be just a straightforward gaming stream. I'm gonna be doing some Dandy Ace and maybe some Isaac, maybe something else. I don't know. I'll have to hang out and see. But we'll be heading out in a little bit. I'm not sure who I should raid though, so I'll have to see, I guess. I could not run from that one. I don't know what you wanted me to do. Sure. I mean, I'll take that. Oh. There we go. Ow. Unfortunate. Let's just try not to biff it in the last level. Shall we? I hope we shall. There we go. Another heart. Okay, and annoying poop. At the very least, this is, despite how much I'm getting hit, this is actually a pretty defensive build. If I was just better at the game, then I'd be able to show you better, but I'm not, so I can't. Ow. Rude. Fucking rude, my dude. They can only do that brimstone laser when they have two of the jumping jacks out at once, and they can easily get two out at once when they have the dang two boss fights. They old cheaters. There we go. Okay, and now we get 3 hungry boys. Just 3 of the hungriest boys. They stinky nasty. Oh, by the way, Venti, since you just came in, if you want, I am doing tarot consultations. So if you have any questions for the deck, I can try and help with those. If you don't, that's fine too. Please cease being sisters. Please cease. There we go. I don't know, maybe here? I love tarot. I have 3 decks I love very much, so perhaps I'll have to think about it. Alright, you still got a little bit of time. I'm probably gonna try and clear out this floor to build up health as best I can. And if not, there's always other times. What kind of decks do you have? I'm curious. Okay. Please no steppy, Monstro. Please no step. I know you don't have... I said no steppy. Bad, Monstro. Bad. I really wish I didn't have Curse of the Unknown right now. Because that's gonna make this whole floor much more stressful. I don't know how much health I have. I guess I should probably try to... I have a very cute cat deck that I got recently. I have this really pretty set that's called Dark Woods that reminds me of a darker sort of Disney tale. And then I have a crow deck that's a bunch of crows, and it's one of my favorites. Nice, nice, nice. Do you know what kind of... Have you asked your decks what kind of or have you gotten a sense of what kind of personalities and, like, strengths they have? I know that, well, my deck is a Witch's Tarot. I was originally holding out to try and find a deck that had like a really pretty Art Nouveau kind of style, but eventually my town at the time's local bookstore, because of, you know, the plague, tragically had to shut down, and I figured I just wanted something to remember them by, so when I went back for the last time, the deck was one of the ones there, and it just felt right. It is... well, it says it's a Witch's Tarot deck, but it's kind of like sort of a soft kind of art vibe. I'm not sure how to explain it better than that. Also, I did say that I was gonna stop after that, so I should probably stick to my word. In the meantime, though, I will try and see who I can potentially raid. Who can I potentially raid? When you say the vibe, do you mean the way they handle questions and the way I feel when I use them, or what they are? I can go grab and read what type. Oh, also my partner has an oracle deck, and that's like caveman-style drawings, and it's very cool. Nice! I've never handled an oracle deck before, but they do sound interesting. By vibe, I guess I mean like what kind of personality? Like my friend has one deck that she brings out that like always plays with the kid gloves, and it's like it'll be very nice and complimentary to you. It gives you the news very gently, and the other deck is like, okay, fuck you, buddy, here's what you need to do to get your shit in order. The deck that I have, it's a pretty straightforward personality. It doesn't really like playing around with the whole like deep symbolism and meaning. No, it's just like, okay, so yeah, You asked, here's how you do what you wanted to do. Go for it. Good luck, man. And it's really good. It's really good with practical and like short-term questions. I like that my deck also doesn't really have a good sense of long-term or deep metaphysical questions, which I kind of love. It's like you ask the deck a deep philosophical question and it's just like, shit, man, I don't know. Yeah, the crows are my fuck you buddy, I'm gonna punch you in the stomach and you're gonna accept it deck, and has destroyed everyone who has used them so far. The crow deck straight called an entire friendship falling apart and explained exactly why without us knowing. Woof, that's rough. Also, hey Caleb! Sorry for the hiatus. It's alright, you don't need to apologize for that. I just appreciate anyone who's able to stop by whenever they can, so thank you. That is very rough, Racy. I do kind of love it, though. The Dark Forest is more soft. It tells you how it is, but it's definitely a lot more... take it easy. And I haven't tried the cats yet. I would love if the cats were, like, super ominous. It's like, your death will come when the Riders 7 reach the new horizon. It's like, buddy, I just asked you what I should order for dinner. God, I hope so. They're so goddamn cute. Oh man, that would be so good. Alright. But yeah. There's a little cat poking its head out of the side. Oh, that's so cute. I love it. Alright, so... Hmm? Alright. So, let's see. But yeah, if you still haven't followed me on Twitter, or just don't have like that kind of bookmarked, or not even bookmarked, just something that you check, whatever, it's totally fine. Honestly, that's the best place to find the schedule for longer term stuff. Longer term being just the week. But yeah, tomorrow is Friday, so that means it's going to be another one of my art streams, 2 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. I'm very excited because I'm very, very close to finally finishing this project. And don't get me wrong, I absolutely loved each and every one of the people that I've drawn pictures for. But I'm also very tired and want to draw things that are more than just portraits. I've been doing them for a while now. Yep. Alright, let's see. Who is on that could use a little boost? Let's also check peer-to-peer. Alright, let's see. And who haven't I rated in a little while? Oh, alright. It's been a while since I've said hi to them, so let's go over to the last seahorse. Yeah. Let me set up. Hey, thank you so much for coming out. I honestly really, really appreciate. I know I must sound like a broken record, but like it never stops feeling true. Thank you for the stream, Miss Souls. Oh, I still really appreciate. I like ghosts. It don't have to be loud ghosts. I still like ghosts. Alright, so let's see. What would be a good... Laughs nervously at the amount of bunny bucks I've accrued. I mean, I've got some high-priced things. What, do you want to just, like, spend them? Or if, like, if they make... Like, I don't want you to be nervous about it. If they make you nervous, Venti, I could just, like, delete your bunny bucks for you. Smiles. You're hoarding them like a dragon. No, don't delete my bunny buck. Oh, don't worry, I'm not gonna delete them. Alright. But, I mean, aren't there any redeems that you're interested in? I'd be a little surprised if there weren't. Alright, now let's see. What would be a good raid message? I'm interested, but I like to hoard things. Venti, don't worry. I can promise you there will always be more. There will always be more for you. The last time I spent redeems was when I casually dropped 10k on a friend. Yeah, it's pretty good. It was pretty good. Okay. Okay. Let's do one of these. But I have more than double that here. Oh, well, you know... Yeah, I get it. I get it. I mean, let's see. The most expensive thing I have right now is 40,000. You're almost close to being able to nominate a model for a doodle day, though. So that's something you could do if you want. Could also just, like, ration it out to do shit like make me act a bottom or stuff like that. Wait, did that one get deleted? I don't think so. That can't be a thing that they can do. Yeah, it's still there. Good. Redeems time to sing for 3 I mean, you technically could. Let's do this and back. And back. Okay. Yeah. So this is gonna be the raid message. If you're a subscriber, you're welcome to use it. If you're not a subscriber or you just don't want to use it, then don't. I mean, I'm not the boss of you. I'm not even the boss of me. With all that said, though, let's head on over. So let's set this raid up and let's get it going before I get even tinier of a stream. This is my tiny little raider voice. Good night, Racy. Nice hanging out with you as always. Same to you, Venti, and Scarth if you're still around, and Caleb, and Heavy, and everyone. Alright, so raid the last seahorse. Alright. Okay. Alright. And one last thing before we go. Mwah. Nice big goodnight kiss. Sleep tight, all my little jackalope cryptid bunny buddies. And I'll see you tomorrow.
peculiar little rabbit. Thank you for the raid. Hello, Restless
The
Loves.
seahorse welcomes you.
Hello, Ventagram. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream horses.
The seahorse welcomes you.
This is our second time playing Sea of Thieves, so there's going to be hijinks and probably on Seahorse's behalf lots of screaming. You were playing Binding of Isaac. Hell yeah. How did that go?
Ever so slightly to the south.
Slightly to the south. Oh, I see where we're going. Okay.